All right. 25 insights to 76 deaths. Back at it. What's up, Pluto? Welcome. All right, everything's dialed in. If I remember correctly, I left things off at a puzzle. So, let's see if I can figure this out. Oh, good. Glad you're feeling better. Okay. All right. So we have a chief excavation engineer, a head of research, a security chief, senior cartographer, and a lead physicist. All right. And we should be able to determine which thing goes where, even with blurry textures. So this to me looks like schematics. This to me like work lights, so probably okay, kind of operator. Here is, I've got a typewriter and a computer and a bunch of books, so researcher probably. Ooh. Okay, but we've got the, all right.
Physicist would probably have
quiet.
instruments or something. For
here we've got
physics.
Reels. Okay. I think we can make a good educated guess here. I think senior cartographer. Those are certainly maps. I think we've got excavation.
One of the cards was for an excavation engineer. I wonder which console was theirs.
Let's see. Got a bunch of books. Security chief, head of research, lead physicist. Let's say head of research. Physicist, that makes sense. And
It worked.
security.
Now I just have to get on a rickety elevator that goes who knows how far down.
That's right, we do. Let's see how far down. Into the secret old basement lab. I love all of those words, especially in that order. Just ignore the alert. It's unrelated.
Still, this lab's way tighter than any.
I was not expecting. This kind of chaos. Dang. Who else? Music is still bopping, so who we fighting? No? Okay. Let's get a lay of the land here. Got some rocks. That does. Okay. Okay. Yes, I finished the main game.
Why
This
would
is
they need
the
such a heavy door down
DLC.
there?
Or this is DLC number 1, the Foundation. Process designer Gibbs, huh? Dang, Gibbs. I guess that's why the music kept playing. Oh, hi. Hey, Maki. How's it going?
This looks like the nail, only mini.
A little mini nail. Let's find out what's going on down here.
Is this in some kind of code? Can't read a word of it.
Do we get a
I should take this
coded
back to
document?
Emily and tell her I got into Ash's secret lab.
Secret lab about what? Ooh. From the desk of Director Northmore to Dr. Theodore Ash Jr. As Director of the Federal Bureau of Control and chosen representative / liaison / benefactor. Oh, you notice how he's got the slashes in there. Of the greater authority of the board, I demand your immediate withdrawal from the Foundation. Prior memos issued broadly to Foundation staff called for swift reassignment of all personnel to the upper levels of the House. All staff complied except you. This demonstrates a lack of respect for my office and the board itself. This is their house. We are their guests. We should conduct ourselves accordingly. Normally, such insubordination would be grounds for dismissal, but out of respect for your late father, consider this instead my final warning. The board and Director Ash chose me as successor to the office, and no amount of petulance will change that. Indeed, your actions seem to suggest you know better than myself, and by extension, better than the board. Permit me to assure you that this is not possible. Sincerely, Director Broderick Northmore. Tension in the ranks. Launch energy. All right, we'll go back to Pope. Let her know what we found. I think that is...
I found Ash's secret lab.
Excellent. Please tell me everything. Spare no details.
Well, there was another cave. The walls were covered in paintings of eyeballs. The research seemed dedicated to studying a kinda smaller version of the nail. It looked like the same material as the one up here, but just a different shape.
Well, are you sure you didn't see any functioning prototypes? Or at least some schematics? I mean, Dr. Ash was a very accomplished engineer.
None. Sorry. I did find this handwritten note.
Wow. Ash had terrible handwriting. Never meet your heroes, right? So it looks like a transcribed conversation between Ash and someone named F. Ooh. Oh, this is juicy. This'll take me days to parse out. Maybe weeks.
Have you ever thought about taking a vacation, Emily?
Are you kidding? This is my vacation, Jesse. Now that this nail business is handled, I should probably be getting back to executive. But maybe I'll keep poking around. Just for a little bit.
Hey, Fire.
Has the nail been doing anything since we restored it?
Define anything.
Anything unusual?
Define unusual.
Emily.
Sorry, but the answer is a whopping yes. Now that it's whole, the nail is emitting a constant field of, well, think of it like low-level radiation. It seems to suppress any biological matter it encounters. This explains why nothing grows here and why the Bureau had to abandon the area. Prolonged exposure would certainly begin affecting neural processes.
Wait. Was the field created when I cleansed the nail?
I considered that, but the nail's readings are quite different from the ones I recorded at the cleanse control points. I think the nail's field is purely of its own making. In fact, I think it would passively prevent any His corruption, like the HRAs do. Which makes me wonder what actually occurred when you cleansed the nail.
I've been wondering about that myself. Did the board let the hiss corrupt the nail? Did they want me to cleanse it? If so, why? What do you know about Director Northmore?
Well, he was Director Trench's predecessor, and Northmore's famous for being the first board-appointed director. See, before we found the oldest house, directors were picked by committees of old men in suits, drinking cognac and smoking cigars or whatever. You know, standard, uninteresting methods.
I think the word you're looking for is bureaucratic.
Or antiquated. Regardless, Northmore was eventually forced to... Well, we don't need to go into that. Strangely, the only two board-appointed directors left the position under unusual circumstances. If the board appoints a director, then how do they retire them? I doubt they go out and buy you a gold watch. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to imply that...
Don't worry. If anyone's getting shown the door, it's them. What do you know about an entity named Former?
I can't say I've heard of it. You got any details for me?
Well, imagine a one-eyed bug thing. I think it was a part of the board, but then something happened and now it's... separate?
Interesting. See, I always wondered if the board was some sort of entity or a group or conglomerate of linked consciousnesses, but this supports the group theory. Although it could have undergone some sort of corporeal exile. Too many unknowns to form a working hypothesis yet, but I can prioritize this matter in future astral dives if you think it's important.
Fortune favors the prepared. Do it. I'm gonna keep looking around.
I wish I could go with you, but I still need 30 hours of training before I can do field work.
We'll work on that.
All right, let's see here. Personal protection, put a record on the runaways, the damn runaways. Research parapsychology. Let's take a look. All right. So, I'm still annoyed. The sealed threshold hall. How should we go about that? All right. So before I did the DLC, I had explored the communications department. Yeah. Everything on this floor, everything on the executive floor, I feel pretty good about. Let's see, in maintenance, I don't think I have any big, yeah. So everything's been explored. Although I'm not sure that I exhausted the quarry area. I think there's more that I could explore there. So that's one. Don't think I have any unknowns in research, which is kind of a relief because research, I feel like I've spent a lot of time in. Wait a minute. Yeah, because the ashtray maze is effectively that's always going to be an insane. That's why that looks like that. So we're good there. Containment. Containment is the only spot where I've got all of those question marks, and I know that the Sterling room. I know that I need to sort out that fight. And now the new foundation. I think I feel pretty good about. And then the investigation section, which is brand new. So maybe I could take a quick stab at the Sterling, at the fight in the Sterling room. Do a quick power up with what I have. See if I have an easier time handling that fight than I did before. Shield, maybe? Seize. Seize could be really helpful in this fight. Maybe I should actually take it seriously. Can't upgrade that or that. Or melee. Can't upgrade anything else. Spin, shatter, pierce, charge. Don't care. Can't get any of those. And let's see. So I have headshot damage plus everything. Shatter. Is there anything really good for shatter? Ammo refund chance on hit. Levitation ammo efficiency. Recoil, rate of fire. Projectile boost. Really not much. That's a 4. Source gain from taking ammo recovery, seize speed, seize accelerator, 98 plus 81. Shield strength up, pretty big. Evade energy cost. We'll try that. We'll try this loadout. Let's see how much fun this fight is this time. It's been a little bit. It's been a minute since I.
There you are. Brutal. Yeah, that's about what I thought after that single hit. Hey, Mel. Okay. So the thing that I figured out about these flying enemies is that flying puts me at an extreme disadvantage against them. There you are.
What I need is ground cover. Is going to be the witch. No, that's my cover. Stuck. Damn it. Well, that's the strategy. See a fire. That's gonna work. Be great if any of them dropped life, which is like not happening. Oh, yeah. When you die so much, I'm like, wait, did I count to death? Yeah. if I can get past the wave of enemies, I'm doing really good damage on him. Especially with all my headshot damage boosts. Look at that.
There. I guess the bureau should start looking for a new head of communications.
Dang. Maria asks, absolutely I am. Yep. Okay. AWE 46, a paranatural event. A paranatural object appeared in a field outside the town of Sterling, Colorado, near a billboard advertising bonk. No civilians were injured, though a family dog has been reported as missing since the event. Local authorities arrived on the scene and began issuing orders over a monitored line of communication using several watchwords flagged by the Bureau, including bonk. I like that term, watchwords. Bureau agents from the regional office were dispatched and arrived 2 hours after local police. The situation was contained and analysis began. Bureau research staff arrived the next day and examined the object. After bonk days of evaluation, the object was lifted into an enclosed truck with built-in black rock panels and relocated to Bureau headquarters via the subway transit system leading into the oldest house. She started the first one but got really scared, so she dropped it. I played actually the first one on stream, I guess probably a month or so ago. I played Alan Wake and the DLC for that, and then Alan Wake's American Nightmare. I think all of it's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, I'd played it back when it first came out, and so I was like, oh, this will be fun. I like the story in it. I was surprised how much it really kind of grabbed me again, playing it recently. Found a bunch of really interesting stuff. And then that's kind of what kicked off this whole Remedy games playthrough, because I heard there were touches of Alan Wake in Quantum Break, which there was, which was fun to see. Not as much as in this one. Super weird. Control is definitely like a gold mine compared to Quantum Break in that sense, but I only wanted to play the one in order to understand Alan Wake 2 and be able to see the new information. Yeah, that's fair. No, I mean, seeing what they've done here with Control, I'm really excited to see Alan Wake 2, but I'm making myself go in order. Sterling AWE 46. Local witnesses report a bright flash in the field at approximately bonk. No noise accompanied the light. Authorities had assumed the object fell from the sky, but our examination found the object actually manifested there, vaporizing the soil around it in an intense spherical bonk bonk, which possibly explains the light seen from the town. The object is a hollow sphere made of a stone-like material. Structural analysis of the material does not bonk bonk on record. The sphere has a broken portion as if something bonked from the object. The object has been inactive since arriving at the Bureau. The Communications Department officially stated to the press that the object was a small meteor, while also using the America Overnight program to bonk. See episode 92. This AWE will be studied in the containment sector until the spherical object is deemed safe to be transferred to the investigation sector. Interesting.
You're listening to America Overnight, now in our 29th year.
Oh, that's fun, Maki.
Between fiction and reality. Thank you for staying up with us. I've been getting a lot of calls about this meteor in Sterling, Colorado. There were reports of a large spherical container that crash landed in a field outside town. Some government people reportedly took it away. Now, we happen to broadcast from Colorado, and Sterling isn't far. I drove down myself to check it out with members of the America Overnight team. I don't need to tell you, it wasn't long before we found pieces of metal debris scattered in a field. Listeners, this is yet another instance of an unidentified flying object, or UFO, entering our airspace and crashing. That the government took away the evidence under cover of darkness only compounds the fact that these are more than likely visitors from beyond our planet, or dare I say, solar system. Head on over to our website to see pictures of the spacecraft pieces we uncovered. And while you're doing that, our sponsors would like your ear. America Overnight will be right back.
It's good propaganda. Oh, that's fun, and that's wild that she's. Are there other games that, or stuff like that that's really connected, or is Control special in that way? say there's a piece missing. Okay. Now, let's do a quick jump to logistics is where I want to go. I only ask because when people resonate with games that I also resonate with that much, I'm always curious, like, ooh, what else have they found? What else should I add to the list? Ouch. Okay. So, a door. There is a door. Health boost. There is a sealed door right here. That door, without a doubt, is going to lead me to where I want to be. I think. No reason at all to open this. Is there another way through that direction? Because that door feels like the type of door that you unlock and connects. So my guess is that I'll get there from another section entirely. That's my working theory. So I'm going to explore the quarry. Because I think it's the area that I explored the least. I think I went in, did what I needed to do, and then I left. I need to go through it carefully. Can't imagine why I quickly left. I mean, no reason at all, right? Jeez. Think I found... Hey, Mountain Cat, how's it going? Right, this connects to the furnace chamber. I've found that before. This was an area that I had seen. Oh, I can't complain. Just playing a new favorite game. Trying to find all of the hidden secrets in a game that has an insane amount of secrets. Ooh, I even found that. I found that last time, I think. Yeah. With my dude's hidden lab up here. It's a giant 3D printer from like the 40s, 50s, or whatever. Gotcha. So that connects. Oh, okay. So, battery. I know some of this I've explored. Don't really remember what. Seriously? Okay. Up is usually a good direction to go. Let's see. I currently have like 190% damage increase on headshots in my loadout, so feeling pretty good. Not that I need to destroy those things right now. I think they're too far away to bother me. Wait, can I just go like up and out of this place? I'm sure it'll stop me. There's like a whole campsite up here. This feels like a bad place to do that. Okay, so it's gonna be just high enough to... Dang, that's cool. to go through that again. Oh, really? It'll just stop me, right? Yeah. Just be like, listen, there's this game. We can only go so far. What's this? Oh. I think I know this. I think I came through here for another reason. This was... Yes, this connects to this jump point here. Which I used for some reason. I don't know. I got teleported here. From like the astral plane or something like that. So, okay. I remember that. It was basically about hopping across. This elevator. Can't really read that. Restricted area, Black Rock Quarry. I don't remember what the restricted area amounts to. I guess I can maybe go there. Power sources. What do these amount to? Huh. Okay, this was something I did before, right? Yeah, that was for that. Okay. Guess I can go check out what the restricted area was. Threshold limit. Okay. I'll go to the restricted area again. Actually, not sure. Nothing zooming. Okay. Restricted area. Why was it restricted again? Oh, this goes to, this is how I made it to the foundation. I think. Yeah, this goes all the way over there. Okay. Well. Yes, the restricted area. Okay. Well, shoot. Nothing else really to look at there. Got the access corridor. No other big question marks. Yeah, for some reason I thought that there's a bunch here that I hadn't really looked at, but I don't think that's the case. Although I did kind of stick myself down here, didn't I? Wait, is there like a call button? Nah, why would there be? Why would there be? Don't need a call button. I mean, on the bright side, it moves really slow. All of this is just to avoid a death, which would take me instantly back to a spot that I can... Sorry, death counter. Cannot do it. Save me from long wait times. Take me away. All right. Well, Atlas Chamber. BlackRock, Atlas, Energy. Got the Hedron Chamber. HRA Lab. Don't really want to go to research if I don't have to. So I come back around. Okay, so transit corridor south. What the hell could those question marks connect to? It's like the only spot in this game that I'm unable to access. Okay, I'm gonna go explore the Panopticon because I know that there's more there I want to see. I know it. I know it. Okay. All right. So starting from security. Going up a level to floor 2. Floor 2 has the archives. What's up, Wig Wag Wook? Good name. My D&D short pulled you here. I'm glad. Which one was it? Which one did you like? Alright, so door 516. Nothing there. There's also a door over here. That door is open. Oh, my first mistake? Yeah. I also get a lot of pointers on that one. Right, that's the archives. I've been through that. P6, okay. Alright, so that's it for here. This one's locked. That one is locked as well. Got the elevator. That goes to... Oh. I already took care of you. Are you still out? Guess that's just where you are now. Okay. So many levels here. Hidden location discovered. Okay. What do we have here? A bunch of dark. Dark, dark, and dark. Hey, I know you.
Fiction ends and reality begins. Here, they're all the same. It's a hideous trap my every thought made real. Fear, desire. How can I ever know for sure I've escaped and not just lost in my own fantasy of it? That thought alone can drive you insane.
Yeah, so Control, this main character, Jessie, she is one part Olivia Dunham from Fringe, one part 11. She's kind of an X-man, X-woman. Typewritten page. Oh, yes. And this game points to other Remedy games, especially Alan Wake, a whole lot, which is what brought me to it in the first place. No unique procedures required. The typewritten page, altered item 83. It's basically the whole game is like a bureau of the government that's effectively hidden in plain sight, kind of like the Men in Black, and it's all about sort of supernatural items, magic or paranormal activity is attached to items, and so that's kind of what they collect. Sometimes they're attached to locations or attached to people. Okay, so a standard letter-sized typewritten page with minor water damage. The page is full of text, but apart from the top 7 lines, all the rest has been violently scratched out. Only a few individual words and phrases can be made out. The page emits a dim glow in the dark. Yes, when the text is read, there's a feeling of dislocation, as if witnessing the page being written as you read it, and as if reality around you is being bonked to match the words on the page. The feeling is made stronger if the text is bonk. Forensic and linguistic analysis confirms that the text has been written by Alan Wake with the same typewriter as the earlier materials discovered in Bright Falls in 2010. Yeah, I replayed it last month because I remember liking it as well, and I wanted to sort of analyze it and pull ideas from it. That's kind of what these game streams are about. That's the death versus the insights counter. Obviously my ratio is not usually very good, but finding ideas and inspiration for D&D in video games. And so Alan Wake was really, really cool a second time around, and I've never played the sequel, and then kind of discovered that Remedy's games since Alan Wake have kind of had nods back. So I played Quantum Break next, and now Control, and then I'll play Alan Wake 2 after this. Hey, the thermos. I've already read the page on that. Very cool hidden area. Okay, so it's locked. 5, the Swan. P6 cell. Elevator. Yeah, nothing here. Okay. Can I go up another level? Because there seems to be so much I would like to see. What? Oh, there's just a ceiling. That's disappointing. But look, there could be all sorts of cool stuff up there. Invisible walled. Pretty sure there's a good fight in here waiting on me still. Pretty sure. Just waiting for my bar here to refill. Actually, nah, I don't know if I can. May just be a high risk. That hurt. That's my fault. That's just careless. That's just careless. I have to find. I can't believe there's really no. I don't think that there's a single fast travel that puts me closer to that fight, which I think is the worst part about it. Here, let's do this. That increases the C's duration. Grout slam. Sure. Maybe I'll use shield. Don't have high hopes of that, but maybe. Load out. Okay. Seriously. Stupid death. Oh. Hello. What happened, Control? You didn't like that fight either, Control. What the heck? It's the first time that's happened playing this game. If I cannot get that random encounter, that would probably be really nice. Up is so lame, but at least I won't get hit by yeah, I'm not familiar with Crossfire. Heyo. What's this section? P6. Hey, T. Why are you making rules for yourself? Don't know. Can't answer that one. I'm really just trying to, at this point, it's sort of exploring and finding secrets. Looking for things I may have missed. Took a big long nap, nice. Okay, so that's where I am. So that elevator goes nowhere else. Not sure if there's any benefit at all to this stupid crazy fight I'm about to attempt again. fight against these random... I really don't want them to damage me. That would be great. Yeah, the ratio's not so bad. Been a lot. I mean, a lot of stuff from this game. Oh well, I'm about to make it 82 in a second. Don't worry. Not had good luck with this. There's this big dumb fight in here, which probably is meaningless, but I've been drawn to it because it's here. And I want to know why. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I missed what you were saying. But at least I beat it. You beat the ratio. You have a really good book. Actually, a fan fiction. 78 years for the first time. Hits all my favorite things. Broad strokes. 300,000 word sequel to a 300,000 word story. Novella since the time I wrote this back in high school. The second installment. That's right. The square. That's the only thing that's important, is that certain ratios have to be maintained. And the fight was probably worth nothing just to come back and investigate this area again. That's the honest truth, I think. Yeah, not everything can be cleaned. And I may just have to tap out and let folks that know better than me on stream point me in the right direction, because over there on the right are these like 3 hallways, or these 3 areas with question marks. And I have absolutely no idea how to get into them, to the point that I've like kind of re-explored everywhere except for research, I think, just because I can't bring myself to go over that space again. and I do not see where
All right, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan.
I do not
Like I
see
said,
where I should be going. Been in here. There wasn't much to see. And I don't even think there's that much. The reason that I've held back from taking pointers from people is that they said, well, it's like you'll bump into another thing somewhere, and then that's what'll lead you to that. I just don't know that that's going to happen. Oh, I am supposed to speak with Emily about Tomasi. Let me go do that. I wouldn't expect you to. It's all good. Need to speak to Emily about Tomasi, which I can do. GameCube was such a fun system. Like, just a fun purple cube that didn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, that's one level. Yeah, the maps are huge.
I took care of the Tomasi problem. Sorry, I forget he was a coworker.
Don't apologize. That wasn't the real Tomasi. He died when the hiss got him.
You're right. I just didn't want to be insensitive.
Sentimentality is a weakness in situations like these, Jesse. That's Bureau 101.
I don't think Emily's in danger of being called sentimental.
When the hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you?
Empirically, no, but phantom voices as well as hallucinatory states are not uncommon here. And considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with, he could have been transferred to a different plane of consciousness, physically or otherwise.
And that doesn't upset you?
Oh, very. And the fact that he hid those forces from me, it's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his surroundings, I'm sure he's loving it.
Maybe Darling was just trying to protect you from the darker side of his work.
Fuck that. I'm not a child. Like, don't just assume I'm going to consider something morally repugnant.
Which it all was.
Which it all was, of course.
I like that.
How do you feel about me taking over as director?
You act
Thanks,
like
T.
it just happened.
See you later.
You've been director since we first met, remember? I am still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has changed. Trench and Darling are gone. Their knowledge,
Good call.
anything not
Yeah,
written down, disappeared.
I'll work on that.
They knew the Bureau better than anyone.
They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were.
We won't ever be like them.
How is Dylan?
The same. I can't detect any his activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. And I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say.
Then I just have to wait for him.
Until a sequel.
That's fair. He waited a long time for me.
Don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just, well, you know.
I hear you. My brother isn't exactly popular around here.
I hope one day he'll have the chance to change that.
So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The hiss got into my head. Just for a moment.
So that explains the HRA outage. Before we knew what was happening, the hiss had us. They were in my head. I saw terrible things. I mean, I was about to go under forever when the hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source for them to relay, which I'm guessing must be...
Me.
you. Hedron is dead, assuming that word even applies to a resonant-based life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me.
I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me.
That's good to know. Thanks, Emily. I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish?
Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power, which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane and the board itself.
That still doesn't tell us why.
His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board. Looks like any data on them has either been deleted or was never gathered in the first place.
Then maybe it's time someone looked into that.
Maybe it is.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Hey, I found a file on the old director, Northmore. Didn't list any dated death. You know anything about that? I heard you closed the Hiss portal, or whatever it is we're calling it. And if we could just flush out the stragglers.
So, what's next for Simon Arish?
Didn't know
Well,
his
first
name was
off, I'm
Simon.
banning all slide projectors. That's it. Seriously, though, we need to review our protocols. Research should not be making decisions that endanger the entire Bureau. Fuck it. The entire fucking world without some serious oversight.
I think Pope would agree. Certain people in the Bureau have been working in the shadows for too long.
And I'd like to make these HRAs part of the mandatory Bureau uniform. They're not stylish, but better safe than sorry.
I don't think anyone will complain. Not after this. What are your thoughts on me serving as director?
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Trench was fine.
Hey, Negan.
Well, you pulled us back from the
It
brink,
is.
so-
It is, yeah.
Well, I'm honored to serve, man. I mean, fuck, shit. Faden. Sorry.
He'll get it one day.
So, what's the situation in my bureau, Arish?
There's one little corner of the map I'm
Situation is
trying
we
to
are
track
still
down
up
access to.
our eyes in Hiss. Not to mention the months of repairs it's gonna take just to get this place up and running again.
But is it doable?
Of course it is. You just might need to tell some rangers to grab a wrench once they're done hunting Hiss.
Did anyone ever mention to you that Darling was using the slide projector?
Well, Salvador never did, but I doubt he even knew.
See you,
But
Wig.
I'm well aware that it's our job to study and contain the things that we don't understand, but some of the things that Darling did were way
Sure.
outside of our mission statement. Look, these things are not toys, and acting like they are is only ever going to end one way. At least Pope seems to understand that.
I think I might
Well,
need to
it's
poke around
secure
in
now.
maintenance.
No one can reach it without my say-so.
But thank Christ for that.
Marshall's been missing for a while now. Any ideas where she could be?
The last time I saw her was in maintenance when I was leading the Rangers out of the Atlas. Yeah, I told her it wasn't safe, but she said she had to go check on something.
Did you ask where she was going?
Whew, Marshall is not the kind of person you question. Kind of intimidating, you know? But, she was by herself, if that helps at all.
Not really, but thanks.
Hopefully she turns up.
Yeah, we know what happened there. Okay.
I'll see you later.
You know where I'll be.
I think, yeah, the stuff that I want to investigate is all going to be in maintenance. So, almost everything unlocks that I want. Shield Rush, Seize, Ground Slam. Sure, let's get a Ground Slam going. I feel like we need a new look for all this post game stuff. Office assistant. Should we go gold? We should probably go gold. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to, okay, so let me go, I'm going to refresh my coffee, and then we'll go poke around in maintenance, I think. I think that's where I want to investigate next. There's a lot of stuff in here that probably starting from in the power plant, actually. Okay. Be right back, like 2 minutes. What a chair. How's it going, Construct? Nope. Still poking around, believe it or not. To central maintenance. Is an access corridor. There's definitely something there that I can't access. You know, when I was younger, I didn't like coleslaw, but as an adult, I definitely do. Obviously, quality is like there's good and bad, just like anything. But it's funny how your tastes change and evolve and mature. Hidden location, but not a TV I can play, just a burning fire. So I remember making an observation about this thing. I couldn't find it. And that observation was... So originally I think I thought that the entire place was being powered by Dylan. I thought Dylan was inside of this thing.
NSC. Northmore Sarcophagus Container.
Yeah.
The two previous directors both lost control while dealing with paranatural forces. I don't want to make that a rule.
Right, so Northmore is in there and powers the whole place. Whatever the heck happened to him. But I don't think there's anything I can do. And that connects to the control room, energy converters. That goes to Black Rock Quarry. Yeah, you know what? It's not too bad. Wait, what is that section there? Nothing much. Just popping canisters. Blackrock Processing, Alice, janitor's office. I guess I could take a peek back in the janitor's office again, but ugh. To be pretty damn close to the ground, huh? Okay, so if I look at fast travel. Oh. Not sure I could find another. I mean, I guess. So the thought that I've had is that maybe the access to where I want to go in containment is a matter of finding a connection from one of these other areas in. I don't know if I can bring myself to putter around and research again. I guess I could go into the dimensional research. Maybe I could do that. But that's dimensional. Maybe I'll do that. It's just warping around anyway. Can only spend so much time banging my head against the same walls in containment. Slide, resonance. Thanks. Well, it seems silly. It seems like I've really overlooked something. You know... What if... Here's another idea. Dead letters, mailroom, where's... Central... Director's office connects to the hotline chamber, but the hotline chamber, we got to it originally through... The hell do we find? It's because I was going back through... It was the mailroom. The director's office, yeah, because it connects to the mail room. Yeah, but that's not a thing. Sorry, I'm lost in my thoughts. Ultimately, I want to go to that right corner. Those 3 sets of question marks. Construct, I think you said you had looked up the steps to accessing that area, and I think I'm tapping out. I think I could always go look it up, but all of my ideas for how to access that area have fallen flat, and I'm probably missing something really stupid. It's a side quest called Matter of Time. Okay. Then let's go to research. Synchronicity? Oh, Horowitz in logistics. Thank you. Okay. Let's find Horowitz. I don't even know if I know who that is. But we'll find him. God, I've passed through logistics a bunch. Is there a person here? Oh, he is in a safe room. Nobody's ever in a safe room. They're like the most useless until they're not. Bathroom's not a safe room.
Someone needs help over there.
Are you kidding me? Hold on, where
Sounds
am
like
I?
there's a man down.
Ugh. Terrible.
I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks.
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks. We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really. Roop can patch me up later.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry, the threshold.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna activate it. Hello, clock. I see. Put it there at 7 o'clock. It is a fun tune. Despite the clock being fuzzy as all hell, I think I can make this work. I went too late. Is it gonna reset on me? I think I only have to redo what I screwed up. 8:20. I'm sure there's some like allowable threshold. Such a good... So that's why I couldn't get into the damn area. Because it was totally locked. Sealed threshold.
This Wells guy can't be far.
I'd very much like a fast travel location. You gonna give me one? Feels like they were building and had to
Those
stop.
must be the clocks he was talking about.
I don't know if those are the clocks. There might be some clocks. I have a feeling there will be more clocks. Let's hope so. It's all about keeping time. Of course.
Shit.
I hear you're the medic. Hello? Hello.
Are you Wells? Your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out. I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You tried. That's enough. Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood. Let's go.
Clearance level what now? And that medic has it?
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
Got B-roll. This is the weirdest video. Guessing because Darling is such a weirdo. All right. Well, at least now we can watch that anytime we want. Just a solid dose of awkward. Hey guys. Let's see, I bet. Pop. Oh. Whoa. That was my bad. I didn't realize my gun had switched over. Blocks all the way down, indeed. I don't think there's anything to...
Think you can find a way around?
Let me see. So, you came down here for an altered item?
The anchor, yeah. Langston said it'd be a simple item retrieval.
Oh, the anchor. I've read about that.
That thing had. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, that would be a fun idea, wouldn't it? All right, the Jasper Post Box, altered item 31. Agents arrived in the town of Jasper Crossing, Arizona, after the communications department intercepted multiple phone calls to local authorities regarding frozen people in the streets. 4 of the 5 dispatched agents became paralyzed upon arriving at the scene. Additional assessment teams were dispatched. Variations of identification formula were tried with ineffectual results. Agents resorted to using aerial photography to study the positioning of the paralyzed individuals. Soon after, agents discovered the event's epicenter to be the local post office. Unaffected agents This is in 1986. Unaffected agents cleared the area of all paralyzed civilians, animals, and Bureau personnel before beginning to study the item. Agents deemed susceptible to the item were tasked with interviewing and reinforming the public away from the site. The item was soon placed on a transport vehicle manned by unaffected agents. Air travel had been deemed too dangerous given the item's effect. Numerous reports of temporary paralysis were reported by civilians along the truck's route from Arizona to New York City. Oh, I didn't watch the full here. No, never mind. I thought this was the Alan Wake thing. Tell the sidekick Pope Snoop to leave. And then we have, what did they call it? Spare footage. Windows reminder, America overnight. Okay. I'm not going to flag it again because I already did as a insight, I think, at some point, but I'm actually going to use, basically completely rip off the way, the style of communication that the board has, I think is like a perfect, like, ethereal, if not like eldritch horror communication style I'm absolutely going to use. Philip Klein novels.
That's O'Neill.
Maybe. O'Neill can wait. Okay, now where's O'Neill? Oh, yeah, O'Neill can wait a really long time. Sealed Threshold Hall. Who's hitting me? You? A lot of clocks. Piles and piles and piles of clocks. More like the writing style of Paradox. Nice. Refrigerator supplement. The Arctic Queen. Altered item 10. Is an interview from 1974. Done by, I don't know who. Can you tell us why you left your building that day? I was running out to get eggs. There was that corner store on 30th. That's why I left Michael there on his own. Knew I wouldn't be gone long. He was drawing at the table when I left, had his crayons out, happy. The building came down when I was a block away. I ran back, started digging. City workers found Mikey later. Beside the fridge, the drawings hadn't come off. Tons of bricks fell on it, and those drawings are still there. How does that happen? You kept the refrigerator after the accident. Why? It still had his drawings. God must have kept them safe for a reason, right? I'd get home from work and stare at them all night. I was in a bad way back then. Why did you sell the fridge with your son's drawings still on it? They'd gotten stuck to it or something. I thought about cutting them off those magnets, but maybe it was better I didn't hold on to them. You know, gotta move on, everyone says. What's my fridge got to do with the building collapse anyway? Well.
Looks like I need to hit that shield harder.
ammo cost while levitating.
That safe room was where the altered item was. We sealed the door on the way out. We couldn't let it get out into the bureau.
Oh, so that's where
I'll
this
need to
thing
come
is.
deal with that altered item later. If I open the safe room now, Wells could get hurt.
Ooh, a dark bathroom. That's a new variant. In lieu of a flashlight, I've found that the muzzle flash at least gives me a sense of what I'm looking at. Hey, Caleb. She absolutely does. Sealed threshold checkpoint.
That's an altered item up there.
The heck is it? Oh, that's that light.
Wasn't so bad.
Return to Langston. So I got all of the items. Finally. I mean, totally unrelated to this, but... Going through here. Into the clock world. It's clocks all the way down. Literally. Love it. Can we?
When
Yes,
it was
we can.
clear we couldn't contain the altered item, Horowitz ordered a retreat. We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Horowitz to the motel court and went back for the others.
That was brave of you.
But did you inspect every
I'm
bathroom?
the medic. It's my job.
This room is nothing for me. Nothing at all. Okay, Mr. Dead Dog, what do you think of this? You know that airplane we brought in, like the actual proper airplane? Guess who they made catalog every individual piece of that plane to be examined for suspected altered status. I had to count every bolt, nut, and piece of non-connected metal. And that is just on the exterior of the damn thing. Do you know how many pieces of hardware it takes to make an airplane? I do. I do. Yes.
Just keep going straight.
Hey, another one of these. Good headshot is so rare when you shoot like me. Or like those creatures when you don't even have a head. Not right now, please. but I know where that door leads. Charge blast boost.
Come on. The motel court is on the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
I'm a little bit faster than the medic. Oh no, I do, Caleb. It's just a couple of these guys would be a problem to headshot. Did I lose my medic? The muted tangerine suit? I don't... Sorry. Hold on. Where did he get stuck? Medic. Do I have to, like, carefully escort you the whole way? I thought you would just follow me.
Let's go. Hold on. Something's wrong with him.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
That's why I had to wait. Can I try to...
Horowitz. Oh, God, no.
That's alright, I got this. I know exactly what to do. He's not an easy one.
I should talk to Wells. Make sure he's okay.
Sure, yeah, let's talk that one out.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else.
Okay.
I should go back down and contain it.
Head to the executive sector, Wells. They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
It's the enemy within. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly what I was going to do. I wonder if they intentionally made that one kind of weird to access, because... I don't think I've ever made a shooter type, but I'd be like at least as an encounter that could be fun. Yeah.
This
it would
is the
probably be
safe room
pretty
Wall showed me.
pretty different
The one
from
with the altered item
D&D though.
inside.
Show me an item. Uh-huh. Cool. Threshold 9D. Threshold will affect Bonk, manifested in the containment sector in the middle of the Bonk department. Simultaneously, numerous Bonk appeared in the area, injuring and killing many Bonk. After rescue operations were completed in Bonk, Rangers were sent in to discover the Threshold's epicenter. The sheer amount of Bonk made the expedition impossible. The area was sealed off after removing the clocks provided an impossible task. The department was relocated in the area abandoned. Researchers theorized the Threshold introduced unstable matter to our dimension, which adopted the form of the Bonk as Bonk when introduced to more stable Bonk. Salvador and Trench. Yeah, gun rules are like, that's something I've never really investigated. But I think with the right world and theme, I think I agree.
Great.
I mean, it would be fun.
More clocks.
So many clocks. And a flashlight, right? Let me have the flashlight. That's okay. Alan Wake will... That'll quench my thirst for flashlights. Oh, straight into the astral plane. Or, at the very least, sort of the in-between. This feels astral adjacent at the very least. Well, there's the anchor. If I remember correctly, the story of the anchor was that they found it. It wasn't the anchor necessarily. It was there's an object associated to the anchor that like attached. It was on a ship or on a boat, and I think the chopper that brought it to New York crashed. You can't interact with the object, but you can touch the anchor. Oh.
What the fuck is that?
That's a very good question. Defeat the anchor.
It's making clocks?
It's making clocks. Oh. Just gotta show yourself. Got nothing but clocks to throw. Wrong get yourself over here. I've got these things. Faster now. Nah, you'll point this way.
That must be the altered item.
Oh, you're coming to me. Okay.
There. No wonder the Rangers had such a hard time with that one.
Yeah, no wonder. The Rangers. They might need, yeah, I would expect. Well, these guys have jumpsuits and guns. Let's send them after these what do they call them? Paranatural. Send them after these crazy things. What could go wrong? Okay, so I need to talk to the... Oh, that's right. I need to talk to the fire break containment. No, not the Panopticon. The guy at security, because I finally got all of his items. Most ridiculous section of the entire map was getting to that one. All you had to do was, it was on the same level, but you just had to go to the opposite end for no reason and hear somebody calling out for help. Why didn't I think of that?
Presence reassuring.
What? No. Yes. Stop it.
I found all those missing altered items.
All of them? Wow, you have a gift, ma'am. But those weren't all of the altered items missing from the panopticon.
Shut up, Langston.
The hiss must be making them restless. We've had several more containment breaches.
How
Lay it on
many
me.
of these things did he lose?
How many?
Just a couple. Should be no problem for you. I really appreciate your help. Really. Just super.
This guy, I go back and forth from liking to being annoyed with.
Any thoughts on me serving as director?
It's just the
I know
shapes
it
his
was a
face
sudden
makes.
change.
Oh, no complaints so far.
Bold of
Trench was
Jesse to
all
just ask
secret
everybody,
sons of
what do you think of me
meat
being the
behind
boss?
closed doors. You seem much more approachable. But if I can give you some advice, ma'am, keep a grip on who you are. I've been here a long time, and I don't know if it's the job or this place, but people change here, and not for the better.
I'll try to keep my head on straight.
I don't know. I've been getting X-Man powers, so I think we're good.
Will you stay on after things calm down, Langston?
Are you asking if I'm quitting? Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not having some mid-level agent make a mess of my panopticon. Plus, I'm racking up serious overtime hours with this lockdown. Just don't take too long clearing out the hiss. My cat gets separation anxiety.
I'll do what I can.
He must have gotten a pet sitter.
He must have. He must
I'll
have.
see you later, Langston.
All right,
I'll
where are we
be
going?
here, like always.
All right, more missing items. What do we have? The Flamingo is the sealed threshold, prime candidate program, and protective studies. Research protective studies, the rubber duck. Ooh, cool. Mannequin and prime candidate program, and the sealed threshold corridor. Okay. Shouldn't take long because I know how to access all of those places. I know where they are. Research is the most annoying place to go, so maybe we'll do that first. See a construct. Shoot. Where is it? Where was it? Research protective studies. Protective studies and research. The heck is protective studies? Oh, I just don't have a warp to it. Gotta go to ritual. And I always forget that they highlight the key places to go. Yeah, alrighty. Hey, rubber duck.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will begin by introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner.
I think it'll help that I'm like
No
golden
response.
like the duck. Like
Next,
we're
a
yellow.
series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale, from 0 to 14. No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
That's all sealed up and empty. Thanks, Jesse. Hi, duck.
Disappearing ducks. Great.
Where'd you go, duck? The quack is funny. Where'd you go? You duck.
Finally, no more quacking.
Then prime candidate. Alright. Duck secured. Quacking was pretty funny. See a threshold, see a threshold. Corridor. Prime candidate. For that, I need to go shoot, I guess, logistics. At different points, the ratio was almost like 2-to-1. Like I had it was looking that good, but you know, then I keep playing. The longer I play, see you, Negan. Catch you another time. Take a death for a really dumb reason. Yep. Just ignoring them, trying to find my way to the stupid place. There are times like that. It is a little bit annoying that like everywhere triggers all these random fights all the time, and some of them get caught. Like I feel like in a loop where they're just gonna keep spawning. I'd rather just fly through them if I can. So I need to go, I think, to the upper level. This is what I was looking for. Wait. remember which altar item we're looking for in here, but I have a feeling it will present itself. Hey, mannequin. You're standing in the creepiest place you could be. File that I missed. Bright Falls. I love reading about Bright Falls. Alice Wake, Mr. Wake's wife, was found during the Bureau investigation. She was interviewed and evaluated. She showed signs of severe mental trauma in the form of bonk memory loss. She was later directed to treatment. It was concluded that she had been trapped in the threshold during its manifestation. Notable individuals still missing after the Bright Falls event are FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale and Dr. Emil Hartman, refer to the Creator's Dilemma in the file regarding the Cauldron Lake Lodge. Refer to the Creator's Dilemma in the file. Bureau researchers believe this event was the result of a forceful perception of subjective reality stemming from Mr. Wake, overlapping on our own. Wake has been flagged as a potential para-utilitarian. See Prime Candidate Program Files for more. In 2011, a book by Clay Stewart titled The Alan Wake Files was published by Roundabout Press, New York and Olympia. Agents interviewed Clay Stewart and suspected minor para-utilitarian sensitivity. He was placed under indefinite surveillance. A monitoring station was established at Cauldron Lake to alert the Bureau of any future activity. Nice. Ocelot's Anchor. Blackrock paneling successfully prevents manifestation of the sphere. A Trotman-style anchor made of iron with a wooden stock. Surface is rusted in places, weighs 3,000 pounds. The item generates a persistent blank. The sphere is always generated at a precise point in relation to the item, specifically bonk horizontal feet and bonk vertical feet from the bonk of the anchor. In 1983, Bonk, Ranger First Class, was dropped into the sphere wearing a diving suit with dedicated oxygen line at Bonk AM Eastern. After 10 minutes and 13 seconds inside the sphere, Bonk's oxygen line was cut at the sphere's border by an unseen force. All agents in the room during Bonk's entry into the sphere experienced vomiting, vertigo, and loss of fingernails within an hour of one another. Ranger Bonk has been declared MIA, presumed dead. The Ramen Lantern. This item should be kept in a locked containment cell. Any prolonged observation of the item should be avoided. This item is a paper lantern known as the, can't pronounce that, Shoshin. The paper is red with elegant black Japanese characters that translate to ramen. Item has an attractive effect that is both physical and psychological. Nearby objects gravitate towards the item with a minor force of bonk. More notable is its ability to attract sentient organisms with its rich red color and warm, comforting glow. And the rubber duck. Direct contact with the item is not permitted. Safety gloves are required when handling. The item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 50s. A single hole at the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. The item makes a sound analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distances with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a bonk of unknown purpose with anyone who makes direct physical contact with it, begins to follow them, quacking often. This has led to a researcher named Bonk entering cardiac arrest, though due to the individual's health issues, the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. Item is on loan to the research sector for further study. I wonder if there are more Bright Falls papers that I'm missing. So weird to stand in this section. Oh boy.
God, the only thing creepier than one mannequin is a few dozen of the damn things.
So many mannequins. Doesn't seem like I'm knocking you over either. Found ya.
New Bureau policy. No more mannequins.
Sealed threshold corridor. Anything looking weird? I don't even remember. Oh, this is the pink flamingo. Any flamingos hanging around? Sealed threshold checkpoint. No, it's supposed to be... Oh hey, look at that color. That's a different color. Why is there that color? Oh, I like that. I like
That's got
that.
to be an altered item.
You think? Oh, I like that very much. Ooh. Astral plane?
This thing again.
Yep. Hey, I thought we were cool.
Another altered item.
Is it fighting the board?
Oh, I didn't know I could grab those. That's neat. What? Aw, dang it. That's the stupidest part about fighting this thing. Punches holes in the floor and then I just fall in them. It's brilliant. Okay, let's see, where is it? Oh, the whole thing again?
That's got to be an altered item.
I think all it amounts to is you can't step on the floor.
This thing again.
Okay, so if I fly or stay on here.
We've got into another altered item.
What is this font?
Oh
Is it
yeah, that's
fighting?
my attack. Warmer.
I never did like flamingos. Too pink.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Did we take, is that? Does that mean it's, handled? I guess not. Now it's in the Panopticon intro. Oh, just return to him. Sorry. I was like, wait. That we just took care of it. It's crazy how fast that fight with the former goes when I'm throwing stuff. Way more effective than my current pistol.
Director visits and my exhibits are starting acting up.
Every altered item on your list is now back in the Panopticon, safe and sound.
That's a load off my mind. Missing altered items don't exactly reflect well on me, you know. Did they give you any trouble?
The flamingo pulled me into the astral plane just like the fridge did. That same creature was there.
I was looking over the old activity reports. And multiple items have been displaying much more destructive behavior in the past few weeks. There's some connection there, I bet, but that's a bit above my pay grade.
Well, something to keep an eye on.
And if I have any more runaways, I'll know just who to call.
I guess this is my life now.
Correct.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
A bunch of upgrades. Seize. Shield Rush, which I don't think I've ever used, but five left. Can I do one of those and one of those? 2, 40% ground pound damage. Still can't touch the gun. Okay. I think that means. I think. What's up, Schweens? Just in time for the Alan Wake DLC. Gonna go check out right now. Yeah, I went with the, what is that, like goldenrod? Oh, vibe change already. Sector head office.
Hello? Anyone here?
Guess not.
Investigation sector. Brand new sector. Mr. Kirkland, here are the latest agents confirmed missing, presumed dead from the containment breach yesterday. Connor, Cruz, Dempsey, Malcolm, Murray, Shaw. Letters of condolence will be delivered to you to sign prior to sending them to their families. You'll be updated as soon as additional confirmations are made. Also, per your request, a network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Unfortunately, a large number of active investigations were not archived yet. The only hard copies of reports exist behind the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid.
See?
The waste mannequin. Altered item 7. No known procedures for preventing the item's effect. Update 390. Update 390. Lining the item cell with the newly discovered black rock has... Oh, probably March of 1990. Has yielded positive results. Test with other altered items. A wire and fabric waste mannequin. The base and head are made of stained wood. The item duplicates. The trigger for this behavior is unknown. No correlation can be found in either the number of duplications that manifest during an episode or the duration for which they last before disappearing. Pink Flamingo, 46. No unique procedure. Altered status is suspected but unverified. The plastic Pink Flamingo lawn ornament, 2 steel prongs extend from its underside. The item is suspected to influence atmospheric physics, altering meteorological phenomena in the area. The effect is currently unconfirmed. New altered effect has been observed. See file Appendix D. Okay.
Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the Bureau.
Official findings report regarding Dr. Casper Darling, internal confidential. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation D-845 was launched into the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Despite the accounts of anonymous Bonk regarding inhuman treatment of a Bonk currently housed in the Bureau, our official findings regarding this were inconclusive. Numerous obstacles arose during the investigation. The majority of Bonk sector personnel seemed to be wholly unaware of any such Bonk contained there. One Bonk confirmed the Bonk's codename to be Bonk, but all files pertaining to that name were inaccessible, being classified under the highest clearance level. Investigators were similarly blocked from entering the Bonk research wing to interview its staff. The matter was further complicated by the lack of clarity on whether non-human paranatural entities warrant humane treatment. While this investigation cannot address any charges against Dr. Darling, we do recommend an investigation into Bonk research, probably dimensional research. Mr. Dennis, a request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all our files on Bright Falls, specifically on the disappearance of the author Alan Wake. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers gather up a folder of all the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate material is either missing or redacted. But I'm writing to let you know that we received this request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Sounds familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective in those hard-boiled crime books Alan Wake wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing a name with the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into a case dealing with a writer's fiction coming true. I think this is worth looking into, but what's your opinion? Just give the word and I'll start surveillance on this guy. Special Investigator Gleason. That's awesome. Can we get some light? Maybe not. Maybe a flashlight, though. Burrow Tractor. Altered item 82. Note, miscommunication led to a local coroner examining the body of William Burrow. Male, Caucasian, Burrow, William, male, case summary, 33-year-old man found dead on his property. Per police report, remains obtained for coroner's office include blood, urine, bile, stomach contents, and bone fragments. Blunt force injuries to the head, lacerations, blunt force injuries, dislocation right knee. Extensive trauma. Conclusion is my opinion that Mr. Burrow's death is not the result of mechanical accident as claimed by authorities. The removal of organs is consistent with an animal attack. Yikes. This is easily the darkest area. Bonk of Bonk 2019. To whom it may concern, it is with great anger and regret that I tender my resignation as head of investigations for the Federal Bureau of Control. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard for my department's Bonk. My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions to speak louder than my words ever could. I blame this situation on our Bonk, who has routinely ignored my requests for assistance, reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector lost to the Bonk loose inside. I will never forget the screams of brave agents begging for us to open that fire break. I will carry that shame for the rest of my days. The Bonk has failed his agents. I shall never forgive him for that. Sincerely, William Kirkland.
It's not working. Probably
Just
lose
over
power
here.
core.
Just over here reading in the dark. Mr. Dennis, so yes, there's an increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force to examine exactly why that is. However, it seems that a tiny little detail has slipped through the cracks. We don't have the damn staff. If you expect us to detect, investigate, and process more altered world event cases, you need to give us more people. It's simple math. Between the staff we lost in the Hartman thing and the ones who left for other departments after Kirkland quit, we're barely managing to keep up with the workload. Hell, just fling the paperworks for all the altered items we left behind in this sector. Just filing the paperwork has been an ordeal. All right, Crane's got to say hi. Another thing, and this is going to sound paradoxical, but we have an overcrowding situation. This lobby isn't meant to accommodate a whole sector's worth of staff. We put forward a motion to move investigations to a more suitable location months ago. It better not still be sitting on your desk. The people are getting restless, and as Kirkland's interim replacement, it's your job to handle it. Best regards, Agent Grayson. What? Just has to have some attention.
Somewhere.
Firebreak Sector Head Office. I bet it. The request is going to be sitting on his desk. Kirkland, I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but you are head of investigations. This failure is your responsibility. What did you think would happen holding a dangerous specimen in investigations? The containment sector exists for a reason. They are better trained and better equipped for this type of work. In fact, they have admirably taken on certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff are no longer capable of. This happens more and more now. And don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You are a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You are both failures plotting against me. You are traitors, but the truth will emerge out of you. You're choosing to become my enemy, Kirkland. You don't want to be. Zachariah Trench, Director. Yikes. So what did they house here? Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, Bonk was launched into the Bonk of Director Zachariah Trench. A recent change in Bonk witnessed in Director Trench, including aggressive Bonk when Bonk with other staff has been observed. However, this investigation is aimed at interpreting this issue rather than proving it. Notable Bonk between Director Trench and Dr. Darling have been witnessed by numerous Bureau staff. Although both declined to meet for an interview on the matter, witness accounts suggest their arguments center around the Dimensional Research Wing and the Bonk kept inside it. However, no evidence exists to confirm Director Trench is Bonk as anything more than interpersonal disagreements. This investigation has concluded that Director Trench's behavior is not indicative of any Bonk, and that his fitness to lead is not in question. Refer to the Bonk for the full report. Official findings report regarding Dr. Rhea Underhill. Dr. Rhea Underhill is a professor at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology with a focus on botany. Right, this is the mushroom, or the mold person. Dr. Underhill once worked with the Bureau as a parabotanist stationed in the research sector of the oldest house. She served with no incidents or demerits and is praised by those who formerly worked with her, including Dr. Darling. Dr. Underhill has no known connections to para-criminal organizations or any record of breaching her NDAs since leaving the Bureau. Her civilian behavior has been ideal, with the exception of an ongoing personal relationship with Dr. Darling that appears to have begun during their time as co-workers in the research sector and revisited intermittently ever since. Depending on the duration of her work in the oldest house, it may be required to have both parties sign a relationship clearance form. This investigation has found no compelling reason to deny Dr. Darling's request to offer Dr. Underhill an interim position with the aim of finding a solution to the mold threshold issue. All sorts of interesting stuff in the investigations department. To Chief Investigator Dennis. It happened again, third time this year. Something certainly has it out for Bonk. Could be raccoons. The locals certainly complain about them enough, but why the hell would raccoons keep going after a monitoring station? Doesn't add up. Anyway, I've got a Bureau tech going to the site next week to take a look. Next on the list of recurring problems is the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on Cauldron Lake if they won't let me see any data? Hell, I don't even know what they're researching out there. We need to petition them again to share their info with investigation agents. It's only a matter of time before this bonk hits again, and I want to be prepared. Anyway, if anyone at HQ asks why the Bright Falls report is a little thin this month, tell them it's because we couldn't take any readings. In the meantime, I might invest in some raccoon traps. Sincerely, Agent Estevez. Burrow tractor. Item is not in Bureau custody. None known. A Frank Elk tractor, olive green, dried blood on the grill when last seen. Item is capable of vocalized responses or growls and unmanned locomotion. Considered highly aggressive and dangerous. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after the death of William Burrow, owner of the Burrow Farm outside of Trenton, Texas. Local authorities arrived on scene after an employee found the mutilated body of Mr. Burrow beneath his tractor. Police arrived but were immediately driven away by the tractor. Panic calls to federal authorities were intercepted by Bureau communication staff. A team was dispatched. Upon arrival, the agents approached the item. It responded by growling like a bear. 3 agents were injured when they tried to detain the item, which escaped. Aerial searches for the item are ongoing. Speaking to Mrs. Burrow only revealed that she had a domestic altercation with Mr. Burrow earlier the night of the incident. Whether these events are connected is currently unknown. What a mystery for the investigations department to sort through. Official findings report regarding the Prime Candidate Program. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, Internal Investigations P1429 was launched into the legality of the Prime Candidate Program bonked by the Federal Bureau of Control. Since all known subjects relevant to the investigation used executive privilege to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. However, anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland both paint an alarmingly clear picture of systematic bonk, and bonk were brought into the oldest house and placed under bonk examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. This program has produced no successful cases and only resulted in the traumatic bonk of paranaturally inclined bonk. Not only is this in breach of the Ash Act, but it flies in the face of basic human bonk. This investigation team unequivocally bonked the Prime Candidate Program and recommends that it be bonk immediately. Sorry, guys. Nobody wants to listen to the investigators. Get out of here. Need to get a battery. Oh. Mr. Kirkland, we stopped at Keystone on our way to the target AWE like you asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on the Grumman Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of them there. Given their records, it is possible they've switched teams like you suspected, but I don't think that's the case. An event definitely occurred here in Keystone, and I think Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. It reminds me of the Ordinary case, but that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This is different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it was an AWE, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange thing we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you the pictures when I get back. In the meantime, you should send a team out here to cordon this place off and maybe get some comms guys working on a cover story. Weird. I'll take that.
Now that gate should open. I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
No question. Paracriminal Profile, the Blessed Organization. This group individual has operated outside of the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. A review of past cases has found various mentions of their activity over the years. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to an altered item case, as well as the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In 1994, a Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved in the illegal use of an altered item. In 1988, a business called Blessed Repair and Service was suspected of involvement with an object of power case, perhaps even creating it. None of these businesses or individuals have ever been located. However, their connection to appearances of altered items and objects of power is too direct to be considered circumstantial. An arrest order has been issued for any persons believed to be involved with the Blessed Organization. Blessed? Blessed? I don't know. However you want to say it. Huh.
each other?
Oh,
This feels familiar.
the spiral
I
door.
can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake. Who are you? Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration. You need a drink. Yippish.
Endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been writing. You found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Writing?
You found a way!
No. I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen
Yeah.
it.
Nothing to worry about. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on. You misunderstand me.
Nice little primer for people just in case they
That was
haven't played.
Alan Wake, the writer who went missing in that AWE case I read about. What's he doing here? And Thomas Zane was with him. The poet. No, wait. He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
It's going to be tough to navigate in the dark without anything.
Dr. Emil Hartman, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Broke loose, killed everyone it could, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came, a resonance. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Uh-oh. The thing that had been Hartman. That's a good way to put it.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC, brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could.
Oh.
The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming, waiting.
So
Then
that's what
something else came.
caused it.
Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound, a resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
You'd think at some point he'd stop hunting and pecking for keys on that typewriter. Hello. I am tempted to go over there. Oh, and by tempted I mean I have to? Hey, we got some janitor supplies even.
Creepy, damp, and abandoned.
Investigation
Why
sector.
did Wake want me to come here?
Why indeed? Huh. Gotta check the bathroom first. Always check the bathroom. Checks out. Both bathrooms. Uh-oh.
That doesn't look like a house shift.
Definitely
Do I even
not.
want to know?
Filing and processing. Yeah, first let's do this. Good call. Stabilize stabilize a bit. Dodge efficiency. Okay.
The hiss are already in here.
Of course they are. Where else would they be? Hello, my feet gossip at night, and now I have to wear shoes to bed. Sincerely, me. Huh. Service tunnel?
This
Whoa.
darkness is blocking the door, so now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows.
Gonna need something very bright. Let's see what we can find.
Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
A little bit. Official arrest report, case 74, Washington, 04, Hartman, Emil, Wake, Allen, Anderson, Tor, Wake, Allen, Anderson, Tor, Anderson, Odin, Bonk, Lane, Rudolph, Dizol, Wendy, Emerson, Thomas, Bonk, Officer, Names, Denis, Special Agent Remy Denis. Charges, Code 4, kidnapping of altered individuals. Code 8, sanctions against altered organizations. Code 37, obstruction of Bureau investigation. Code 74, breaching of the Ash Act. Offender's property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AWE investigation. Offender's personal effects have been sent to research for analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released by annual surveillance. Orders were assigned to each except the Anderson brothers due to their senility, and Wake, possibly deceased. Possibly deceased indeed. Well, I really can't get in there. What, just heavy stuff? Just heavy stuff is gonna block it? Okay. Man, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong stuff. Fire break. Alright, let's find a light. A very bright light. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Okay. There's a first. For what reason? Why did I come here just for that? Okay, still can't find. Still have not found a bright light source. Keep looking. That's in filing and processing. Oh, right, that's the other one. Oh, wait. Right, this is where we came. Operations Center and filing and processing. Filing and processing, okay. Where then is operations? Presumably that's the blocked hallway. The service tunnel. Is it you?
Light burns it away, huh? Makes sense.
It does kind of make sense. Stupid mold. It's just out of habit as a janitor. Can't help but you know, try to clear it all out. Okay, so that's why we had to loop around.
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Phaeton.
Uh-oh.
The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman. vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're a new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
It's a funny way of putting it. Kirkland, so you put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was fucking hired to do, my job. Want to know what I call that? Bullshit. Asking us to interrogate these scum without using words like altered items or AWEs or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life. And I've heard some fucking stupid things. They already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more. And they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words, trying not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terminology. If you think pulling me off the case will stop me, then think again. That piece of shit blew up those tracks. He killed those people, all to make a train turn altered. We have him dead to rights, and you need to leave me back in that interrogation cell so I can get him to flip on his buddies. These people are terrorists and deserve to be treated as such. This won't stop unless we stop them. You can go ahead and put me on suspension, see if that slows me down. Agent Hewitt.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything.
Poor Agent Fisher.
Whoever they are, I think. Wait. Shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. All right. The recording better work this time or I swear to God What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
The Official findings report illegal altered item market, a black market hub specializing in the trade of occult talismans, relics, and other assorted ceremonial objects, as well genuine altered and paranatural materials, was raided in Bonk, Czech Republic by a team of special investigators. Unsuccessful attempts by suspects to escape using altered items resulted in numerous casualties and prevented the Bureau from questioning all participants. The following interrogations revealed that not only is there a vast network of these retailers, but that they seem to be gathering information on altered items and other paranatural materials from sources unknown to the Bureau. The Bureau's concern here is threefold. A, there's a growing underground market for paranatural materials, which implies a growing awareness of their existence among a niche group of the general public. These criminal individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and their attempts to activate them could prove devastating if done in populated areas, and the motivations of these collectors are largely unknown. Kind of feels like they're seeding the ground, or they're creating sort of the space for a kind of an opposing force. Oh.
Darkness everywhere. New day, same old bloody city. The air in here is getting bad. The vents, they are full of the bloods in here have died standing up.
More mold to clear.
Lighten them up.
Ah, more plants. All right, let's go make some new friends.
Interagency cooperation decision regarding NASA. Following the NASA FPC Coordination Agreement of 1972, the Bureau has provided NASA with numerous technological advancements based on our research, including the black rock lining, now found in all spacefaring vessels. In return, all data gathered during space missions is made available for Bureau researchers to analyze. Recently, certain individuals have raised this concern that this relationship does not adequately benefit the Bureau, either intellectually or financially. A thorough examination of the costs accrued by both organizations has shown that the expense of NASA's recent launch of the Bonk far outweighs any spending related to the processing and delivery of black rock. From its medium Earth orbit, the Bonk will provide the Bureau with an unparalleled resource for remotely monitoring and photographing AWE sites, a resource that would be lost if the partnership ends. It is the opinion of this committee that maintaining a cooperative relationship with our colleagues at NASA is of vital importance.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
Examination of paranatural entities, the Shadow. Paranatural entity A10, aka the Shadow, is an aggressive bonk consisting of 3 known types. Type A, localized manifestations of sentient bonk capable of occupying organic and inorganic material as well as exerting bonk over its surroundings. Type B, shaded individuals, human bodies bonk by the Shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive but do seem to retain bonk of their previous selves. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. Type C, shaded objects. Similar to Type B, except that inanimate objects are bonked solely to be used as destructive tools. Each type seems to work toward a shared goal, possibly targeting certain individuals, see AWE 35, which may imply a shared link to a bonk intelligence. The threat this entity poses warrants immediate exploration of offensive-defensive measures. The investigation sector is being outfitted with additional lighting sources, some internally powered, to prepare for the eventuality of a bonk. The Eagle Limited. Altered World Event 44. A train derailment resulting in 62 casualties and numerous injuries was suspected to have been the work of a paracriminal group known as Bonk. As a result of this event, the agents discovered that one of the cars had become altered with a persistent auditory event. It remains to be determined whether the AWE was spontaneous or the direct result of the sabotage. The Bureau has been tracking said group at the time, and the intel gathered suggested an event of this caliber was imminent in Bloomington. As a result, a response team on site was able to respond to the train accident site within minutes of its occurrence. They arrived to find emergency processes underway, but also equipment left behind by the suspected group. A suspicious onlooker managed to elude agents after they attempted to make contact. Further investigation of the accident site revealed a curiously undamaged train car that exhibited an altered state when entered. This individual car was secured and transported to the investigation sector for further studies. Okay, so we're going to have a weird train car. I imagine that I can't use that yet without power. So, can I find more? Can I just take that? Oh, cool. Okay, got our investigations map. Now we go into active investigations after investigating the bathrooms. Still in the dark despite all the light. systems. Active investigations.
I don't feel right.
Yeah, what the heck?
Something in this darkness is draining me.
Oh no. Okay, but the light feels good. Ugh. But are there things that I need in the darkness? Like an understanding. Vending machine, alter item 81. None, no containment procedure known. Testing in the investigation sector is currently ongoing. A vending machine, its front covered in a faux wood panel. Coin-operated buttons for selecting food products. The item generates and stores a variety of material, both edible and otherwise, in its rows of internal trays. Initial testing suggests the item reacts to the mind of the individual in closest proximity and will produce whatever they subconsciously desire. Attempts to cause the item to create a living bonk have consistently failed. The item was discovered in a nursing home in Bonk, Alberta, after a resident named Muriel Bonk called a local news station about a magic vending machine. The news story reported that the nursing home staff was purposefully stocking the machine with distinctive food and objects as a way to raise resident spirits. The Bureau response team encouraged this story while confiscating the item. Something about this darkness is oppressive. Dr. Emil Hartman is an academic psychotherapist that owned and operated a recovery center in Bonk, Washington, focused on the treatment of artists struggling with creative blocks and other mental disorders. Publicly, Dr. Hartman's treatment center seemed unremarkable in its methods and purpose. Privately, however, Dr. Hartman was abusing his patients in order to utilize any latent Bonk abilities they may possess with the aim of shaping Bonk to his own benefit, which has earned him a Class II paracriminal designation. Note for more on the link between artists and their ability to bonk reality through artistic medium, see the bonk. Investigation has proven that Dr. Hartman's illegal endeavors were conducted alone. After being approached by the Bureau during the bonk investigation, he displayed no remorse or intention to cease his actions. Dr. Hartman was taken into custody, evaluated, and released bonk months later. Having been deemed a negligible threat, his medical license has been permanently revoked. An airborne hiss ranger. Cool, why not? Okay, so we've got a couple spots. What's that? An excursion into the Oceanview Motel and Casino discovered a previously unseen door in the lobby hallway. The door features spiral-shaped marking, designation, door, bonk. Similar to the other doors, it is locked and cannot be forced open. Alice Wake, a person of interest in the Bright Falls AWE, refer to AW35 for details, and the former wife of missing author Alan Wake, a suspected para-utilitarian, and Bonk, contacted agents Shaw and Dempsey of the investigation sector using the phone number given to her in 2010 in accordance with civilian outreach protocols. The call resulted in Mrs. Wake being brought into the oldest house for an in-person interview. For a full transcript, refer to file Bonk on Bonk 2017. The excursion into the Oceanville Motel occurred later that same day. Conclusion: determining whether this was a basic synchronicity event, if Alice Wake is responsible for its appearance, or if the door itself relates to AW35 is paramount. She should be returned to the oldest house, possibly even taken into the motel itself to confirm if any other changes occur. Damn. So, presumably, that's what allowed Wake to be aware of it.
Brian Herman, 21 years old, resident of Southern Texas. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night with a K, not an N.
Movie night.
Not night like nighttime, but...
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off, and I could move out of my parents' basement, and maybe even go to college and get a film degree like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
Fair. Up or down?
Shit. Now what?
Shit indeed.
What is that? Come on, elevator, time to go. So you don't like the light. You can use that.
I can use that. Where are you?
Nothing even touches it.
That thing is creepy. Okay. Where else can I plant this light? Maybe another one of these. Nothing I'm doing has any effect. Can't do that. Here, I think. much bigger space than I thought it was. Thing is so crazy creepy. Must be. It's so fun to see how they adapted, you know, how they adapted one sort of enemy to another. Sort of seems like there should be a spot up here. That, maybe? But it's already lit up over here. Did I just miss it? Where else? It's got to be something over this other corners. Where the heck do you go? Okay, okay. All right. We understand each other now. Let's try that again. Maybe there isn't another spot to put it in the light, but get rid of this stupid thing. Is the, you know what, I bet please. I bet there's a panel that I have to break open.
This room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well...
It's a good defense. I just didn't know that.
Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in and Since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about.
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston.
What empty spacesuit?
Record, so one more screw up and our next chat won't be so thin.
Great. That is just great. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I can get my copy?
Okay. Alright. Let's at least get the ones that I know about. It does kind of, you do kind of follow it around the room. One right after the other. That makes sense. I just completely missed the pattern before.
Yeah,
cool.
How do you like
Up into
that?
the vents. Cool. Cool fight that I overcomplicated.
Man, what are you doing in investigations?
Jesus, don't scare me like that, Langston.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
Oh, I'm looking at the Bright Falls AWE. There's nothing you can do to get me out of here.
Langston, it's me, Jesse.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman? Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered in an AWE. I forget the medical word for what happened, but now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp? Oh yeah, flare gun. Oh, Christmas lights. You could wrap them around.
I don't have any of those, Langston.
I like that.
Shit. Okay, well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you from the panopticon. This is kind of exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right, okay. Well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, this Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him out. Langston was right. This is kind of exciting.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people treat me different, like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the...
Sometimes it doesn't matter if all of a sudden I can't see.
altered items like I do, you know?
F.R.A. Mauro.
But it does take a very
Bright
empathetic mind to
Falls.
connect with the items.
Eagle Limited.
Doesn't want to brag. Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, what sets them off, then there's nothing. I guess at the end of the day, we're still wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else. He was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's
of course,
just gonna talk forever,
can't always
isn't
make
he?
it home
Yeah,
for
he
mealtime, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not back yet. She's very nice.
That's
Her name
nice.
is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been
He's
here
just
ever
gonna
since.
keep going.
She had a couple of kids. I met them at Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment, and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot of Alfred's meal times. She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria for Alfred's food. Okay. Oh, one more thing. And buy her a fruit
Oh, Langston.
arrangement. All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't think I ever asked. You seem like one, though. You'd like Alfred. He's very proper. Really carries himself well, you know? I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the... You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred. But, boy, those two did not get along.
I can't leave this
no.
area, otherwise
Sylvia
I'll lose
thought
it.
She owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way. Scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole.
Wow.
I think we're on to cat number 2.
Kind of harsh.
Entirely professional.
How many more cats is he
You
gonna tell us
see,
about?
Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole. I would never use that word about a person. It was just, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I got to, check this out.
Oh, Langston.
I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
Nailed it. All right. Eagle Limited, Fra Mauro, Fra Mauro, AWE, and the Bright Falls AWE. I'll dig into these tomorrow and see where it takes us in the Alan Wake DLC. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Knocking down basically everything left to do here in Control. Don't think it'll be much longer, which is both too bad and also kind of nice because it'll be good to get back to my other work. I just can't drop the game. What can I say? Thanks for hanging out, Schweens. Thanks, Mel. And everybody else lurking. And we'll get back to it. Get back to it soon. Thanks, Schweens. Oh yeah, no, this game's great. It's like, for me right now, in terms of best games played, kind of for R&D&D, it's definitely Outer Wilds was really good. Replaying Alan Wake was great. This one, right up there. I'd have to go back through the whole list, but definitely highlights. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great, what the heck is it, Thursday? Have a great Thursday. And we'll see you soon.